Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The sleeping car rocked with the gentle insistence of a cradle, its rhythm older than lullabies, more certain than promises. Emily Ashworth woke to that rocking, the soft creak of mahogany panels, the whisper of velvet curtains breathing against the window glass, the distant clatter of wheels on iron rails singing their endless, hypnotic song. Dawn pressed itself against the window, pale and hesitant, as if uncertain whether the English countryside deserved such attention. The air in the berth held the scent of coal smoke and something else. Lavender sachets tucked into the upholstery, a lady's touch in a world of brass fittings and masculine engineering. Emily's hand reached across the narrow space between the beds, seeking the warmth of her husband's shoulder, and found only cool linen and emptiness. She blinked, her mind still soft with sleep, and turned her head. The opposite berth stood perfectly made, its coverlet smooth as a frozen pond, its pillow undented by dreams. For a moment, just a breath, just a heartbeat, she thought perhaps Edward had risen early, gone to the washroom or the observation car to smoke and watch the morning unfold. But something whispered wrong in the stillness. The berth looked not recently vacated, but never occupied, as if no one had ever pulled back those covers, never loosened that crisp hospital corner fold that only railway attendants achieved with their particular brand of militant precision. Emily sat up slowly, the movement making her head swim slightly. The wine at dinner, perhaps, or simply the disorientation of waking in motion, of opening one's eyes to find the world sliding past at 40 miles per hour. She steadied herself against the mahogany partition, feeling the train's vibration travel up through her palm, into her wrist, settling somewhere near her heart, where unease began to bloom like ink in water. The sleeping car's corridor lay just beyond her door, she knew. A narrow passage, lined with other doors, other private worlds, all of them swaying together through the Midlands countryside toward London. She rose, her nightgown whispering against her skin, and moved to Edward's berth. Her hand touched the pillow, pressed into its centre. Stone cold, not even the ghost of warmth that a body leaves behind, that animal heat that lingers in fabric like affection. She lifted the pillow to her face, a gesture that felt absurdly intimate and desperate even as she performed it, and breathed in. Nothing. No pomade, no shaving soap, no masculine scent of tobacco and wool. Only the neutral, slightly chemical smell of railway laundry, of linens washed in vast institutional quantities and pressed by women whose hands she would never see. The morning light grew bolder now, spilling through the window in bands of gold and amber, illuminating dust motes that danced to the train's rhythm. Emily crossed to the small cabinet where Edward should have, stowed his travelling case. She opened it with hands that had begun, quite without her permission, to tremble. Empty. She opened the drawer beneath. Empty. She turned to the hook on the back of the door where his coat should hang. Nothing but her own wrapper, sage green silk that suddenly looked terribly alone, hanging there in the growing light. Her breath came shorter now. She pressed her palm flat against her sternum, feeling her heart beat its confused message against her ribs. Think, she commanded herself. Think clearly. They had boarded at Liverpool together. She could remember it with perfect clarity. The platform with its great vaulted roof of iron and glass, the steam rising in biblical clouds, the press of travellers and the sharp whistles of porters. Edward had taken her arm, his grip firm and reassuring, and they had walked together down the platform toward the first-class carriages. She remembered the porter, a young man with ginger whiskers and kind eyes, taking their bags. She remembered Edward handing over their tickets. 2 tickets. She was certain of it. She remembered stepping up into the corridor, the rich smell of wood polish and brass cleaner, the burgundy carpet soft beneath her boots. And then the dinner service. They had gone to the dining car together as the countryside darkened into evening, had sat across from each other at a table dressed in white linen while the landscape melted into shadows outside the windows. She could recall the weight of the cutlery in her hand, the taste of the consommé, the way Edward had smiled at her across the wine-glasses. Or had he smiled? The memory felt suddenly slippery, like trying to grasp smoke. Had he been there? Had they spoken? What had they discussed? Emily shook her head sharply, as if she could physically dislodge the confusion. Of course he had been there. Of course. She was not mad. She was not one of those women, those unfortunate, fragile creatures who saw things that weren't there, who needed sanatoriums and rest cures, and the concerned, patronizing voices of male doctors explaining their own lives back to them. She was Mrs. Emily Ashworth, née Pemberton, 26 years old, educated at a respectable ladies' seminary, possessed of all her faculties and a good portion of her father's considerable common sense. She dressed quickly, her fingers fumbling with buttons and hooks, choosing a travelling suit of deep blue wool that felt like armour. The mirror above the washstand showed her a pale face, dark eyes perhaps too bright, hair that needed pinning but would have to do. She looked, she thought with grim humour, like a woman who had seen a ghost, or rather, like a woman who had failed to see a living man who should be present. The corridor outside her compartment stretched in both directions, narrow and elegant, lit by brass lamps that had burned all night and now seemed redundant in the morning light. The carpet muffled her footsteps as she moved toward the attendant's station, past other closed doors, behind which other passengers still slept or dressed or performed their own private morning rituals. The train swayed, and she placed one hand against the mahogany panelling to steady herself, feeling the whole glorious machine of it, tons of iron and steel and wood and glass hurtling through the countryside with all the confidence of Victorian engineering, that peculiar British certainty that anything could be measured, calculated, controlled. The attendant's station occupied a small alcove near the centre of the carriage, where a fold-down desk held ledgers and a small spirit lamp for heating water. The attendant himself, a different man from the one who had shown them to their compartment last night, looked up as she approached. He was perhaps 50, with the particular bearing of career railway men, that mixture of deference and dignity, service and subtle authority. "Good morning, madam," he said, his voice pitched at that perfect volume for morning conversation, not too loud, not too soft, calibrated to the needs of first-class passengers who paid handsomely for comfort and discretion. I trust you slept well. May I bring you tea to your compartment? Emily paused, gathering herself. I wonder if you might help me. My husband seems to have left our compartment, and I'm not certain where he's gone. Perhaps to the smoking car. The attendant's expression shifted, just slightly, a small crease appearing between his eyebrows, a subtle pursing of the lips. Your husband, madam? Yes, Mr. Edward Ashworth. We boarded together at Liverpool. I've woken to find him absent from our compartment, and I'm concerned. The man consulted his ledger, running one finger down a column of names with practiced efficiency. He looked up, and in his eyes Emily saw something that made her stomach clench. Pity, confusion, the particular expression of someone confronted with another person's delusion. Madame, he said gently, I have you listed as travelling alone. Compartment 7, 1 occupant. There is no Mr. Ashworth on my roster. The train swayed, and the world seemed to sway with it, everything tilting just slightly off its axis. Emily gripped the edge of the desk. That's not possible. We boarded together. We had dinner together last evening in the dining car. Surely someone must have seen us. I came on duty at 6 this morning, madam, so I cannot speak to last evening's service. But according to the records, you boarded as a single passenger. Perhaps. He hesitated, clearly choosing his words with care. Perhaps you're thinking of another journey? Travel can be disorienting, especially for ladies travelling long distances. There it was. That particular gentleness reserved for women perceived as confused, as fragile, as not quite to be trusted with the evidence of their own senses. Emily felt heat rise in her cheeks, part anger, part humiliation, part something closer to fear. I am not confused, she said, her voice low but firm. My husband boarded this train with me. I watched him settle into the berth across from mine. I am not mistaken, and I am not hysterical. I simply need to know where he is. The attendant spread his hands in a gesture of helpless sympathy. I can make inquiries, of course, madam. Perhaps if you returned to your compartment, I could send word once I've spoken with the night staff. It was a dismissal, however courteously phrased. Emily felt it like a door closing, soft but definite. She nodded once, not trusting herself to speak further, and turned back toward her compartment. The corridor seemed longer now, stretching endlessly, other passengers beginning to emerge from their own private worlds. A gentleman in a silk dressing gown heading for the washroom. A lady's maid carrying fresh linens, the small domestic ballet of morning in a sleeping car. Back in her compartment, Emily stood at the window and watched the countryside roll past. Fields divided by low stone walls, a village church spire rising above morning mist, sheep scattered across hillsides like thoughts across a troubled mind. The train carried her toward London with absolute certainty, following rails laid down with mathematical precision, and yet she felt utterly lost. She would not accept this. She would not be dismissed as confused or hysterical or any of those convenient words that men applied to women who insisted on inconvenient truths. Edward had been here. He had been real. His absence now was not evidence of her delusion, but of something else, something wrong, something that needed explanation. Emily turned from the window and began to search the compartment methodically. If Edward had been here, there would be evidence. There had to be. A man could not simply vanish without leaving traces, without leaving proof of his existence. She ran her hands along the edges of the berth, checked beneath the mattress, examined every corner and crevice of the small space. And then there, caught in the join between the mahogany panelling and the floor, so small she nearly missed it, a single, dark thread. She pulled it free with careful fingers and held it up to the light. Navy blue wool, finer than her own travelling suit, precisely the shade of Edward's favourite waistcoat. Her hand closed around it like a talisman, like proof, like the beginning of evidence. The train rolled on, carrying her toward London, and toward answers she had not yet imagined. Outside, the morning brightened across England's green and ancient face, indifferent to mysteries, indifferent to vanishings, constant as rails and as certain as steam. Somewhere ahead, she thought, was the truth, and she would find it, even if she had to search every compartment, question every passenger, challenge every comfortable assumption that travelling alone was simpler than travelling with a husband who had disappeared. The wheels sang their iron song, and Emily Ashworth listened and did not look away. The breakfast service began at 7:30, announced by a discreet chime that travelled through the sleeping car like a church bell heard from a great distance. Emily had spent the intervening hour sitting very still on her berth, the navy thread wrapped carefully in her handkerchief, her mind turning over possibilities, like a scholar examining ancient texts for hidden meanings. The compartment had grown warm with morning sun, and through the window she watched the landscape transform from rural softness into something more industrial. The first hints of Birmingham approaching, chimneys rising like exclamation points against the pale sky, their smoke writing messages she could not quite decipher. She would go to breakfast. She would observe. She would be methodical and calm and utterly rational. Everything that the attendant and his ledger and his pitying expression had assumed, she was not. Emily pinned her hair with extra care, applied just enough powder to mask the sleeplessness beneath her eyes, and fastened a small cameo at her throat, her grandmother's, carrying with it some ancestral authority, some weight of respectability that might serve as armour against doubt. The corridor had come alive with movement now, passengers emerging in their breakfast finery, the whole social mechanism of the train beginning its daily performance. A gentleman in a beautifully cut morning coat nodded to her as he passed, his cologne trailing behind him. Bergamot and something darker, leather perhaps. A lady's maid hurried by carrying a hat box, her expression harried in that particular way of servants whose employers demanded impossible precision. The train itself seemed to breathe differently in daylight, the rhythmic sway less lullaby now and more purpose. The wheel's song pitched toward arrival, toward London, toward whatever waited there in the great roiling mass of the capital. The dining car occupied 2 carriages forward, and reaching it required navigating the slightly treacherous passages between cars, those brief exposed moments where wind rushed and the rails showed themselves beneath your feet through narrow gaps, where the whole magnificent illusion of comfort paused to remind you that you were, after all, hurtling through space at speeds that would have terrified your grandparents. Emily held the brass railings and crossed with the careful deliberation of someone who would not be hurried, would not be rattled, would maintain dignity even as the world swayed beneath her boots. The dining car greeted her with warmth and the rich smell of coffee and grilled kippers, of toast and marmalade, and that particular breakfast perfume that the British had elevated to an art form. Comfort and empire, mixed in equal measure. The car had been fitted with small tables, each dressed in white linen and set with silver, that caught the morning light streaming through the wide windows. Most tables seated 4, arranged along both sides of the car, with a narrow aisle between them, where white-jacketed waiters moved with the practised grace of men who had learned to serve soup while travelling at 40 miles per hour. The head waiter, a man of perhaps 60, with magnificent silver whiskers, and an air of having personally invented table service, greeted her with a slight bow. "Good morning, madam. Will you be dining alone this morning, or are you expecting company?" There it was again, that casual question that felt like a trap. Emily met his gaze steadily. "I am travelling with my husband, though he seems to have risen early. Has Mr. Edward Ashworth come through for breakfast?" The waiter consulted some mental ledger, his expression professionally neutral. "I cannot say that I recall the name, madam, but we have had several gentlemen breakfasts already. Perhaps you would care to take a table, and should your husband appear, we can easily accommodate him." Another polite dismissal, wrapped in service and civility. Emily allowed herself to be shown to a table by the window, where she could observe the other passengers while maintaining the fiction of waiting for someone. The waiter poured coffee from a silver pot, presented her with a menu written in elegant copperplate, and withdrew with the particular discretion that first-class service demanded. Present, but invisible, attentive, but not intrusive. Emily sipped her coffee and studied the dining car's inhabitants as if they were specimens in her father's natural history collection. Each one labelled and categorized, each one carrying information if only she knew how to read it properly. The Victorians, she reflected, had made a science of social observation, and had elevated the subtle art of knowing one's place and recognizing another's position to the level of instinct. She would use that now, and would employ every skill her upbringing had instilled. At the table nearest the front sat a gentleman who could only be a newspaper man. His fingers bore the faint grey stains of printer's ink. His collar was fashionable, but not expensive, and he read his own paper with the critical eye of someone checking for errors, rather than news. He was perhaps 40, with dark hair going distinguished at the temples, and he ate his breakfast with the efficient dispatch of someone accustomed to meals taken between deadlines. A small leather satchel sat on the seat beside him, bulging with what could only be more newspapers, more words, more of that peculiar power that came from controlling information. Across from him, though not with him, sat a woman of perhaps 55, dressed in deep purple silk that whispered money with every movement. Emily thought immediately. The colour was not quite morning, but not quite escaped from it either. That particular shade that wealthy widows adopted when they had finished with black crape, but were not quite ready to return to life's full palette. The woman wore diamonds at her throat, despite the early hour, and her gloves were soft grey kids that must have cost more than Emily's entire travelling suit. She ate delicately, her movements precise and economical, and her eyes swept the dining car with the assessing gaze of someone accustomed to being both observed and observant. Further back sat a younger couple, newlyweds almost certainly. They had that self-contained quality of people still fascinated by each other's existence, that soft bubble of privacy that the recently married carried with them like an atmosphere. The young woman laughed at something her husband said, and the sound carried through the dining car like bells, making several passengers look up and smile despite themselves. They were dressed well, but not expensively. Provincial gentry, perhaps, travelling to London for some special occasion, still awed by the luxury of the first-class carriage. And then, at a corner table, sat a man who interested Emily more than the others, because he seemed deliberately uninteresting. He was perhaps 35, clean-shaven, in an era when most men cultivated whiskers, dressed in a sober brown suit that would be forgettable within moments of looking away. He ate his breakfast while reading a medical journal. She could just make out the title. And he held his fork in his left hand with the unconscious ease of someone who had never been corrected toward right-handed conformity. A doctor, possibly, thought something about him suggested not a family practitioner, but someone more specialized, more scientific. His bag, sitting beside him, was black leather of excellent quality, but worn at the corners from years of use. Emily's breakfast arrived, coddled eggs and toast, orange marmalade in a small crystal pot, more coffee, and she ate slowly, methodically, while her mind worked. If Edward had been on this train, some of these people must have seen him. The dining car last night would have been full, the passengers mixing and mingling over dinner service, that peculiar intimacy of travellers forced into proximity. Someone must remember a couple boarding together at Liverpool, must recall seeing them at dinner, must have noticed something. The newspaper man finished his meal and stood, gathering his satchel and leaving a few coins on the table, with the careless generosity of someone whose expense account covered such incidentals. He nodded generally to the room and departed, and Emily watched him go, mentally cataloguing him for future reference. She would need to speak with him. Newspaper men noticed things, collected information the way other people collected stamps or butterflies. The widow in purple caught Emily's eye and offered a small, polite smile, the recognition of one woman of quality acknowledging another. Emily returned it, and, seizing opportunity, leaned slightly forward. "Forgive me for disturbing your breakfast, but I wonder if I might ask, were you in the dining car last evening?" The woman dabbed her lips with her napkin, the gesture elegant and deliberate. "I was, indeed. The sole served was quite excellent, though I found the wine selection somewhat limited. One does miss the continental trains in that regard." Her voice carried the particular accent of old money and older families, vowels shaped by governesses and finishing schools. "I wondered," Emily continued carefully, "whether you might recall seeing my husband and me at dinner. I seem to have misplaced him this morning, and I'm trying to establish his movements." The widow's expression shifted subtly, interest blooming behind practiced courtesy. "Misplaced him? My dear, how distressing, though I must confess, I don't recall seeing you with a gentleman last evening. I sat near the window at the far end, and I'm quite certain I would have noticed another couple. I'm afraid I spent most of the meal observing my fellow passengers. A terrible habit, I know, but train travel does make one rather shameless about such things." Another dead end, presented with sympathy but absolute certainty. Emily felt the frustration rise in her throat like bile. "You're quite certain? A tall man, dark-haired, wearing a navy waistcoat and grey travelling suit?" The widow shook her head slowly. "I saw no such gentleman, I'm afraid. Though," she paused delicately, "I did notice you dining alone, my dear. I remember thinking how brave you were, travelling unaccompanied. So many women in our class would not dare." The words landed like stones. Emily set down her coffee cup with great care, afraid that if she did not control the movement precisely, she might throw it instead. "I was not alone," she said, her voice level but hard. "I boarded with my husband. We dined together. I am not mistaken." The widow's expression shifted toward concern, toward that particular kind of gentle worry that women applied to other women they suspected of unraveling. "Of course, my dear, travel can be so disorienting, can it not? Perhaps you should rest this morning. Stay in your compartment. We arrive in London by luncheon, I believe, and then—" "I am not confused," Emily interrupted, more sharply than she intended. "And I am not hysterical. I am simply trying to locate my husband, who seems to have disappeared from a moving train. Surely you can understand why this concerns me." The widow withdrew slightly, her expression closing like a door. "Of course, I did not mean to suggest. That is, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. Do excuse me, I must return to my compartment. So much to arrange before we reach London." She departed with the swift grace of someone escaping an uncomfortable situation, her purple silk whispering judgments as she swept down the aisle. Emily sat alone at her table, her breakfast cooling, and felt the weight of the other passengers' glances. Curious, pitying, wary. The young bride whispered something to her husband. The doctor with the medical journal looked up briefly, his expression clinically assessing, then returned to his reading. Emily forced herself to finish her coffee, to maintain composure, even as her mind raced. Something was profoundly wrong here, wrong in ways that went beyond simple confusion or the fallibility of memory. She had boarded with Edward. She knew this with the certainty of her own heartbeat. And yet the train and everyone on it insisted otherwise, conspired in a collective certainty that she had always been alone. Unless the thought arrived with cold clarity, unless this was deliberate. Unless someone wanted her to appear confused, wanted her testimony discredited, wanted the world to believe she was a woman travelling alone who had imagined a husband into existence. But why? To what purpose? The train swayed through a curve, and through the window Emily caught a glimpse of a canal running parallel to the tracks, its water dark and still as a secret. A barge moved slowly along it, pulled by a patient horse on the towpath, and for a moment she envied that horse its simple certainty, its uncomplicated journey from point to point, with no mysteries, no vanishing husbands, no polite disbelief masquerading as concern. She stood, left coins on the table, and made her way back through the swaying cars toward her compartment. But she stopped at the attendant's station, where the morning man still sat with his ledgers and his spirit lamp. "Excuse me," she said, "the porter who showed passengers to their compartments last night. Where might I find him?" The attendant looked up, and in his eyes Emily saw resignation, as if he had known she would return with more questions, more insistence, more of that uncomfortable female certainty that refused to be soothed. "That would be Porter Jenkins, madam. He went off duty at 6 this morning and has taken lodgings in Birmingham while we complete the London run. He'll return with the evening service back to Liverpool." "Is there any way to reach him? Any address where he might be contacted?" The attendant hesitated, clearly weighing protocol against the growing conviction that this passenger might be more trouble than standard railway procedure had prepared him for. "I suppose I could make inquiries through the station master in Birmingham. Though I must warn you, madam, disturbing staff during their rest period is highly irregular." "Please," Emily said simply, "it's important." Something in her voice must have reached him, some note of genuine desperation that cut through the layers of service and propriety. He nodded once. "I'll send a message at our next stop, but I cannot promise a swift response." "Thank you," Emily said, and meant it. She returned to her compartment and closed the door, leaning against it as if to bar entry to all the doubt and disbelief that seemed to follow her like ghosts. The navy thread still rested in her handkerchief on the small side table. She picked it up, held it to the light streaming through the window. One thread, one piece of physical evidence that Edward Ashworth had existed, had been here, had not simply been conjured by a lonely or disordered mind. It would have to be enough. For now, it would have to be enough to keep her anchored to her own truth while the train carried her toward London and toward whatever answers waited there in that great, churning city, where a man might vanish, and where a woman might discover that reality itself was negotiable, dependent on who did the telling and who did the believing. The wheels sang on, indifferent as ever, carrying secrets and lies and one small thread of navy wool toward the capital of an empire built on certainty, on measurement, on the rational conviction that all mysteries could be solved with sufficient application of reason and science, and the peculiarly British faith that truth, when properly pursued, would always out. Emily sat by the window and watched England slide past, and did not let go of the thread. The train made its Birmingham stop at 9:15, and Emily watched from her window as passengers disembarked and new ones boarded, the whole choreographed dance of arrival and departure playing out on the platform below. Steam rose in great clouds, obscuring and revealing travellers in turn, making the scene look like something from a magic lantern show. Figures appearing and disappearing in the mist, their faces indistinct, their purposes mysterious. Porters wheeled luggage carts with practised efficiency. Vendors called out their wares, newspapers, meat pies, bottles of ginger beer, and somewhere a child cried until soothed by what Emily assumed was a patient mother, though she could not see them through the steam and crowd. The attendant had been true to his word, she noted. She watched him cross the platform toward the station-master's office, presumably to send his inquiry about Porter Jenkins. It was something, at least. A thread of possibility, however thin, to match the thread of navy wool that she kept tucked in her handkerchief like a talisman against madness. New passengers boarded. She could hear them in the corridor, voices raised in that particular combination of excitement and anxiety that accompanied railway travel, the shuffle of feet on carpet, the thump of luggage being settled. Emily remained in her compartment, unwilling to face more polite disbelief, more sympathetic suggestions that she rest or compose herself or accept the impossibility of her own memories. Let them settle themselves, these new travellers. Let the train resume its journey. She would use the remaining hours in London to plan, to think, to construct some strategy beyond simply insisting on truths that no one seemed willing to verify. A knock at her door startled her from these thoughts. Not the attendant's discreet tap, but something sharper, more purposeful. Emily rose and opened the door to find a tall man standing in the corridor, his posture suggesting he had been waiting patiently, but would not wait indefinitely. He was perhaps in his early 40s, spare and angular in a way that suggested nervous energy barely contained, with dark hair swept back from a high forehead, and eyes that seemed to take in everything about her in a single, comprehensive glance. Her dress, her face, the interior of her compartment visible behind her, all catalogued and assessed in the space of a heartbeat. "Mrs. Ashworth?" he said, his voice a pleasant baritone marked by that clipped, precise diction of the educated classes. "I wonder if I might impose upon you for a few moments of your time. My name is Sherlock Holmes." The name meant nothing to Emily for a fraction of a second, and then memory supplied context. Articles in the Strand magazine, whispered gossip at dinner parties, her father mentioning something about a consulting detective who had helped Scotland Yard with some impossible case involving stolen documents. She had paid little attention at the time, dismissing it as the kind of sensational story that magazines peddled to fill pages between the serious content. But here he was, this supposedly brilliant detective, standing in the corridor of her railway carriage and requesting entrance to her compartment. "Mr. Holmes," she said, stepping back automatically to allow him entry, years of social training overriding her confusion. "I'm afraid I don't understand. How do you know my name? Why are you here?" He entered with an economy of movement, his sharp eyes immediately scanning the compartment with the same comprehensive attention he had applied to her person. "Your father, Mr. Edmund Pemberton, sent me a telegram this morning. He received a rather distressing wire from you, sent from Liverpool last evening. Something about travelling to London with your husband, arriving today, looking forward to introducing him to the family. Your father found this telegram somewhat alarming, given that you have been married for 3 years, and he has met your husband on numerous occasions. He asked me to board at Birmingham and ascertain what might be troubling you." Emily felt the room tilt slightly, as if the train had suddenly taken a curve at speed. "I sent no such telegram," she said slowly. I did send a telegram to my parents from Liverpool, but I said nothing about introducing Edward. My father has known him since our engagement. That makes no sense." Holmes had moved to Edward's berth and was examining it with minute attention, running one long finger along the perfectly made coverlet, lifting the pillow to peer beneath it, crouching to inspect the joint between panelling and floor. "Nothing about this situation makes sense, Mrs. Ashworth, which is precisely why it interests me. Your father became concerned enough to locate me at my lodgings at an unconscionably early hour and insist I catch the Birmingham connection. He believes you may be in some distress." "In distress?" Emily repeated, and felt something between a laugh and a sob catch in her throat. "My husband has vanished from this train, Mr. Holmes. Every member of the staff and every passenger I have spoken with insists he was never here, that I boarded alone. And now you tell me I sent a telegram I have no memory of sending, containing information that makes no sense. So yes, I would say I am in some distress." Holmes straightened from his examination of the floor, holding something between his thumb and forefinger. So small, Emily could not make out what it was from where she stood. He brought it to the window, held it up to the light, then produced a small magnifying lens from his waistcoat pocket and examined it with intense concentration. The morning sun, caught in the lens, sent small rainbows dancing across the mahogany panelling. "Tell me," he said, still studying whatever he had found, "everything that you remember from the moment you arrived at Liverpool station yesterday until you woke up this morning. Leave nothing out, no matter how trivial it may seem. The human mind often dismisses the very details that prove most significant." Emily sat on her berth and did as he asked, reconstructing the previous day with as much precision as she could command. The cab ride to Lime Street Station with Edward beside her, his hand occasionally covering hers in reassurance. The grand facade of the station, with its classical proportions, designed to make travellers feel they were embarking on something momentous. The crowds on the platform, the smell of coal smoke and engine oil, the particular excitement that accompanied the departure of a London train. The porter, young, ginger-whiskered, kind-eyed, taking their bags. Edward handing over 2 tickets. The walk down the platform, boarding the sleeping car, being shown to this compartment by that same porter, Porter Jenkins, who had made some mild joke about the weather, about how they should arrive in London to find it raining as usual. And then, here, her memory became less certain, more dreamlike. Settling into the compartment, Edward said something about going to check on the luggage arrangements, the dinner service bell, going to the dining car, though whether alone or accompanied, she suddenly could not say with certainty. The meal itself, she could remember the taste of the soup, the texture of the fish, but not who sat across from her, not the conversation if there had been conversation. Returning to the compartment, preparing for bed, Edward's berth across from hers, or was it? The wine at dinner making her drowsy, or had there been wine? Sleep comes quickly, heavily, and then the morning and the emptiness. "The telegram," Holmes said when she had finished. "The one your father received. Do you recall sending it?" Emily shook her head. "We sent a telegram, yes, from the post office near the station. But it was simply to let my parents know we were departing on schedule and would arrive today. Nothing about introductions or... It was perfectly ordinary." "And yet your father received a telegram that was not ordinary, which suggests someone altered your message or sent a second telegram in your name." He turned from the window, fixing her with those penetrating eyes. "Mrs. Ashworth, I must ask you a rather indelicate question. Has your husband recently come into money, or perhaps into expectations of money?" The question landed like a slap. Emily felt heat rise in her cheeks. "I have money, Mr. Holmes. My father settled a considerable sum on me at our marriage. Edward's family is respectable, but not wealthy. He works as a junior partner in a shipping insurance firm. The money is mine, though legally, of course, it became his upon our marriage, as is the way of things." "Quite so," Holmes murmured, and something in his tone suggested volumes about his opinion of laws that transferred a woman's property to her husband as automatically as they transferred her name. "And has your husband had any financial difficulties recently? Any mention of debts or investments gone wrong?" Emily opened her mouth to deny it automatically, then stopped. There had been something, hadn't there? A conversation she had half heard, Edward speaking in low tones with someone in their parlour several weeks ago. Talk of losses, of needing to cover certain obligations, of time running short. She had thought it merely business worries, the ordinary anxieties of commerce. Edward had been distracted lately, she realized, had been sleeping poorly, and had seemed preoccupied in ways she had attributed to work pressures. "He mentioned some difficulties with an investment," she said slowly. "Something to do with a business associate, but nothing that seemed catastrophic." Holmes nodded, as if this confirmed something he had already suspected. He turned his attention back to the compartment, examining every surface with systematic thoroughness. He checked the cabinet, ran his hands along the walls as if searching for hidden compartments, crouched to peer under both berths. From beneath Edward's berth he extracted something else, another small object that he studied with his lens before pocketing. "Your husband," he said, "has most definitely been in this compartment. I have found 3 separate pieces of evidence. A fibre from what I would estimate to be a navy wool waistcoat, caught in the floor join. A partial footprint on the underside of this berth's frame, made by a man's boot of approximately size 10, and a single dark hair, not your own, containing traces of pomade favoured by gentlemen of the professional classes. Someone has been at great pains to remove all obvious signs of his presence, but no cleaning is ever perfect. The invisible always remains for those who know how to look." Emily felt tears prick her eyes, not from sadness, but from the sheer relief of being believed, of having someone with authority acknowledge that she was not mad, not confused, not imagining things. "Then why is everyone lying?" she asked. "Why does the staff insist I travel alone? Why do the other passengers not remember seeing us together?" "Those," Holmes said, "are the operative questions, and I suspect the answers will prove both illuminating and disturbing." He moved to the door. "I have a colleague boarding at Birmingham, a Dr. John Watson. He should be settled in his compartment by now. With your permission, I would like to bring him here, so that we might discuss this matter more thoroughly. 3 minds are better than one, and Watson's particular brand of common sense often helps me see past my own theoretical tangles." "Please," Emily said, "anything that might help." Holmes departed, and Emily was left alone with the rushing landscape and the growing conviction that whatever was happening to her was deliberate, was planned, was designed to make her appear unreliable. The question was why? What did someone gain from erasing Edward from the train's records, from the memories of passengers and staff? What possible motive could drive such an elaborate deception? The train had left Birmingham now, gathering speed for the final run toward London. The countryside grew gradually more populated, villages giving way to towns, agricultural land to industrial works, the whole accumulated evidence of England's transformation from rural past to mechanized future, scrolling past her window like prophecy. Factory chimneys punctuated the horizon. The canals that had once carried the nation's commerce now ran parallel to the railways that had supplanted them, reminders that progress was constant, and that yesterday's marvels became today's obsolescence with ruthless efficiency. A knock at the door. Holmes returned with a second man, shorter and more solidly built, with a military bearing that no amount of civilian dress could quite disguise. He had the weathered complexion of someone who had seen service in hot climates, and his handshake when he took Emily's hand was firm and reassuring in its straightforward honesty. "Mrs. Ashworth," he said, his voice carrying warmth that Holmes's clinical precision lacked. "Dr. John Watson, Holmes has been explaining your situation, and I must say, it's one of the more unusual cases I've encountered. Though with Holmes, the unusual does tend to become routine." "Watson served as an army surgeon in Afghanistan," Holmes said, settling into the small chair by the window with the easy confidence of someone who made himself at home in any space. "He brings practical medical experience to our inquiries, which often proves invaluable. Also, he has the happy talent of asking obvious questions that I would dismiss, which sometimes leads us to truths I might otherwise overlook in my eagerness for complexity." Watson shot his companion a look that suggested this was both compliment and frequent point of contention between them. "What Holmes means is that I keep him tethered to reality, when his flights of theoretical fancy threaten to carry him into the realm of the improbable. "Nothing is improbable," Holmes said mildly, "only inadequately evidenced. Now, Mrs. Ashworth, let us approach this methodically. We have established that your husband was definitely present in this compartment. We must therefore determine when and how he departed, and more crucially, why the staff and passengers have been induced to deny his presence." "Induced?" Emily said. "You think someone has deliberately convinced them to lie?" "I think," Holmes said, steepling his fingers beneath his chin in a gesture she suspected he employed often, "that we are dealing with a carefully orchestrated disappearance. Your husband has not simply wandered off or met with accidental harm. He has been made to vanish, and you have been made to appear unreliable. These facts suggest premeditation, planning, and a motive we have yet to fully uncover." Watson had been examining the compartment himself, his movements less theatrical than Holmes's, but no less thorough. "The question is," he said, "whether Mr. Ashworth arranged his own disappearance, or whether he has been made to disappear by others against his will. That distinction seems rather important." Holmes smiled, a brief flash of approval. "Excellent, Watson. That is indeed the crucial question. Mrs. Ashworth, I must ask you again. In the weeks before this journey, did your husband seem anxious, distracted, or in any way unlike himself?" Emily thought back, really thought, pushing past the comfortable narratives of marital contentment that one told oneself and others. Edward had been different lately, quieter, more withdrawn, often starting at unexpected sounds. He had been receiving letters that he read in private and then burned in the fireplace. He had made several trips to London without her. Trips, he said, were for business, but about which he offered few details. "Yes," she said finally. "He has seemed troubled. I attributed it to work pressures, but now I wonder if there was something more." Holmes nodded slowly. "We shall discover what that something more might be. In the meantime, we have a few hours before we reach London. I suggest we use that time to interview the other passengers and staff to see if anyone's story contains inconsistencies, or if anyone can be induced to remember what they claim to have forgotten. Watson, you take the dining car staff. I'll speak with the porters and conductors. Mrs. Ashworth, I need you to rest here and write down everything you can remember about your husband's recent behavior. Every letter, every trip, every odd conversation. The devil, as always, is in the details." They departed, these two unlikely allies, leaving Emily alone with her thoughts and the instruction to remember. She pulled out her travelling writing case, unfolded the small writing surface, and began to write. Every detail, Holmes had said. So she would provide every detail, would trust that somewhere in the accumulated mundane facts of her married life lay the key to understanding why that marriage had suddenly become something no one else would acknowledge. Outside, England rushed past toward London. Inside, Emily wrote, and tried not to think about what it might mean if the man she had married had decided to erase himself from her life, leaving her behind with nothing but questions and a growing suspicion that she had never really known him at all. The train swayed onward, carrying its secrets and its lies, its detective and its vanished husband, its truth and its carefully constructed fictions, all of them hurtling together toward whatever revelation waited in the smoke and noise and anonymous crowds of London, where men disappeared every day, and where one woman's insistence on her own reality might be the only thing standing between justice and a perfectly orchestrated crime. The writing helped, Emily discovered. The act of putting pen to paper, of transforming nebulous worries into concrete words arranged in orderly lines, brought a certain clarity that mere thinking could not achieve. She filled 3 pages with observations about Edward's recent behaviour. The letters he burned, the unexplained absences, the way he had started checking over his shoulder when they walked together through their neighbourhood in Kensington, as if expecting to be followed. Details she had dismissed at the time now arranged themselves into patterns that suggested not mere business anxiety, but something closer to fear. She paused in her writing, pen hovering over the page, and tried to recall exactly when Edward had first proposed this trip to Liverpool. It had been his idea, she was certain. A visit to see the new docks, to meet with some shipping contacts, to make what he called necessary arrangements for his business. He had been insistent about the timing, about departing on this particular train, about booking a sleeping car, rather than travelling during the day. At the time, she had thought it simply husbandly consideration, his desire to make the journey comfortable for her. Now she wondered if the privacy of a sleeping car had been the point all along, a controlled environment where something could happen away from too many witnesses. But what? What had Edward planned, or what had been planned for him? And why involve her at all if the goal was to make him vanish? The train had left Birmingham's industrial sprawl behind and now traversed countryside that grew gradually more domesticated, more groomed as they approached the capital's outer reaches. Through the window, Emily could see manor houses set back from the rails, their grounds landscaped with that particularly English combination of artifice and nature, everything arranged to appear spontaneous while being rigidly controlled, rather like society itself, she thought, with the kind of bitter clarity that exhaustion and fear could bring. Everything seemingly natural, seemingly inevitable, but actually the product of careful rules and careful people enforcing those rules. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Watson entered, his expression thoughtful, carrying with him the faint smell of coffee and bacon from the dining car. He settled himself on the chair Holmes had vacated, and Emily was struck by how different his presence felt from the detective's nervous energy. Watson radiated solidity, reliability, the kind of calm competence one associated with military surgeons who had learned to work under fire. "I've spoken with the dining car staff," he said, without preamble. 3 waiters and the head waiter. All insist that you dined alone last evening. However, he paused, pulling out a small notebook from his jacket pocket. One of the waiters, a young fellow named Thomas, seemed uncertain. Not lying, I don't think, but genuinely confused. He said he could have sworn he set 2 places at your table initially, but when he returned with the soup, there was only 1 setting and only you sitting there. He thought perhaps he had misremembered, had confused your table with another. "But that's impossible," Emily said. "How could an entire place setting simply disappear? How could Edward—" She stopped, a horrible thought occurring to her. "Dr. Watson, is it possible I am going mad? That I have imagined Edward's presence on this train due to some nervous disorder?" Watson met her eyes directly, and his gaze held nothing but honest assessment. "Mrs. Ashworth, I have seen a great many cases of nervous disorder in my medical career. You show none of the signs. Your story is coherent, your details consistent, your emotional responses entirely appropriate to your circumstances. If you are suffering delusions, they are the most convincing and well-organized delusions I have ever encountered. Which is to say, I don't believe you are delusional at all." The relief Emily felt at these words was so intense, it was almost painful. "Thank you," she whispered. "You cannot know what it means to be believed." "I can imagine," Watson said quietly, and something in his tone suggested he had his own experience with not being believed, with having his perceptions questioned. "Now, Holmes is currently interrogating, I use the word advisedly, the porters and conductors. He has a rather particular talent for making people uncomfortable enough to reveal truths they had intended to keep hidden. In the meantime, I wanted to ask you about something medical. Last night at dinner, do you recall what you drank?" Emily frowned, reaching back into the fog of memory. "Wine, I believe? Red wine with the main course? And perhaps sherry before? The service was quite formal. And did you feel unusually drowsy afterward, more so than wine alone might account for?" The question sparked a connection in Emily's mind. She had been drowsy, abnormally so. She remembered returning to the compartment and feeling as if she could barely keep her eyes open, as if sleep were pulling her down with irresistible force. She had attributed it to the wine and the exhaustion of travel, but Watson's question suggested another possibility entirely. "You think I was drugged," she said slowly. "That someone put something in my drink to ensure I would sleep deeply and not wake when whatever happened to Edward happened." "It would explain several things," Watson said, "including why your memories of the evening are somewhat vague. Chloral hydrate or laudanum in wine would produce exactly the effect you describe: sudden, heavy sleep and some confusion about events leading up to that sleep. It's commonly used in medical settings for precisely that purpose." Emily felt her hands begin to tremble and clasped them tightly in her lap. "Then Edward planned this. He must have. He arranged for me to be drugged so I wouldn't interfere with his disappearance. But why? Why go through such an elaborate charade?" Before Watson could answer, Holmes returned, his lean face animated with the particular energy that Emily was coming to recognize as indicating he had discovered something significant. He closed the door behind him and leaned against it, his eyes bright with intellectual excitement that seemed somewhat at odds with the grim nature of their investigation. "The porter," he announced. "The one who showed you to this compartment last evening, Porter Jenkins, is the key to everything. He's not scheduled to return to duty until this evening, but I have prevailed upon the conductor to provide me with his Birmingham address. We shall telegram him from our next stop with questions he cannot easily evade. However, I have also learned something rather interesting from the night conductor, a man who proved surprisingly forthcoming once I mentioned that obstructing a criminal investigation could result in personal liability." He paused for dramatic effect, and Watson made a small sound of exasperation. "Holmes, please, not everyone finds suspense as entertaining as you do." "Very well. The night conductor remembers your boarding, Mrs. Ashworth. He remembers you specifically because you were, as he put it, making rather a fuss about getting your husband's luggage sorted properly. He distinctly recalls you referring to your husband multiple times, asking where his bags had been taken, whether they would be safe. And yet, here is the fascinating part. He has no memory whatsoever of actually seeing Mr. Ashworth. He remembers you talking about him, insisting upon his existence. But when I pressed him to describe the man, he could provide no details at all." Emily stared at him, trying to process this information. That makes no sense. How could he remember me speaking about Edward, but not remember Edward himself? Unless, Holmes said, beginning to pace in the small confines of the compartment, Edward was deliberately remaining out of sight, staying in shadow, keeping his face averted, allowing you to do all the interacting with staff, while he himself remained effectively invisible. It would require planning and careful execution, but it could be done. Especially if he had an accomplice among the staff, say, a porter, who could ensure that only certain people saw him, that records were altered, that witnesses were coached or compensated for their selective memory. Watson had been listening with growing concern. But to what end? Why would a man go to such extraordinary lengths to make it appear that his wife was travelling alone when she insists she wasn't? Holmes stopped his pacing and fixed them both with an intense stare. Because he intends to disappear completely, and he needs his wife to appear unreliable, perhaps even mentally unstable. Consider the legal implications. If Mrs. Ashworth is deemed to be suffering from delusions, if she can be painted as a woman who imagines things, who cannot distinguish reality from fantasy, then her testimony about anything becomes suspect, including, I would venture, her testimony about financial matters. Emily felt the blood drain from her face. My money, the settlement my father made. If I'm declared mentally incompetent, your husband, as your legal guardian, would have complete control over your assets. Holmes finished grimly. He could dispose of them as he wished, and your protests would be dismissed as further evidence of your instability. It's a tactic that has been used before, though rarely with such elaborate staging. The compartment seemed suddenly smaller, the air closer. Emily fought against the rising panic in her chest. But Edward loved me. We have been married 3 years. He has never been cruel, never even particularly cold. Why would he suddenly... She could not finish the sentence, could not voice the betrayal it implied. Watson reached over and patted her hand with awkward kindness. People do desperate things when faced with financial ruin, Mrs. Ashworth. I have seen men of impeccable character commit acts they would never have conceived of in ordinary circumstances. Debt, particularly gambling debt, or debt to dangerous individuals, can drive even decent men to contemplate terrible solutions. I need to know, Emily said, her voice steadier than she felt. I need to know what debts Edward had. What prompted this? I need to understand. She looked at Holmes. Can you find out? Can you discover what drove him to this? I can, and I will, Holmes said, with the absolute confidence of someone who had never encountered a mystery he could not unravel. But first, we must establish certain facts. Mrs. Ashworth, think carefully. Did your husband have a business partner? Someone he worked with closely, someone who might be involved in this scheme? Emily nodded slowly. Mr. Oliver Hartley. They were partners in the shipping insurance firm. Edward spoke of him often, though I've only met him a few times. He came to dinner perhaps twice over the past year. And what was the nature of their relationship? Friendly? Contentious? Friendly, I thought. Though now that you ask, I realize Edward was sometimes tense after meeting with Hartley. And there was. She stopped, a memory surfacing. About 2 months ago, Edward came home late one evening, and he was upset. More upset than I had ever seen him. He had been drinking, which was unusual for him. He said something about Hartley, about how they had done something they shouldn't have, about how it was all going to come out and ruin them both. I asked what he meant, but he refused to discuss it, saying I was better off not knowing. Holmes and Watson exchanged a look that Emily could not quite interpret, some silent communication between the two men that spoke of shared experiences and shared understanding of how criminal enterprises unfolded. I think, Holmes said carefully, that we are dealing with more than simple embezzlement. I think your husband and his partner became involved in insurance fraud, probably overvaluing cargo and collecting the insurance when shipments were deliberately lost or destroyed. It's a common enough scheme in the shipping industry, but it requires careful record-keeping and considerable nerve. If the fraud was discovered, or threatened to be discovered, your husband might have decided that disappearing was preferable to prosecution. "But why involve me?" Emily asked. "Why not simply leave? Why this elaborate performance?" "Because," Watson said quietly, "he needed your money to fund his escape, and he couldn't simply steal it without arousing suspicion. If you disappear or have an accident, there would be inquiries, investigations. But if you descend into apparent madness, claiming your husband has vanished when everyone knows you were traveling alone, well, it's much easier for him to access your funds while you're institutionalized or under medical supervision." The full horror of it settled over Emily like a shroud. Edward had not simply planned to leave her. He had planned to destroy her credibility, to make her appear insane, to lock her away somewhere while he lived comfortably on her father's money. It was a betrayal of such calculated cruelty that she could hardly breathe around it. "We must stop him," she said, her voice hard, with something that might have been rage, or might have been grief, or might have been both intertwined beyond separation. "Whatever he has planned, wherever he intends to go, we must stop him." "We shall," Holmes assured her, "but we must be strategic. If he has gone to these lengths, he has planned carefully. He likely has confederates, false documents, perhaps passage already booked on a ship bound for America or the continent. Simply exposing his presence on this train will not be enough. We need evidence of the fraud, proof of his intentions, something that will stand up in court and cannot be dismissed as the ravings of a supposedly unstable wife." The train was slowing now. Another stop, somewhere in the outer reaches of London's suburban sprawl. Through the window, Emily could see row houses pressed close together, washing hung between them like flags of domestic surrender. Children playing in narrow gardens, the whole teeming life of England's capital beginning to assert itself. "At this next stop," Holmes said, "I will send telegrams. One to Porter Jenkins, demanding a full accounting of his role in this affair. One to the Liverpool police, asking them to investigate the business relationship between Edward Ashworth and Oliver Hartley. And one to your father, Mrs. Ashworth, informing him that you are safe, and that the situation is more serious than anyone suspected." "And then?" Emily asked. "And then we search this train from engine to caboose. Your husband disappeared somewhere between Liverpool and now, but he could not have left the train. We've been moving too quickly, and jumping from a train at speed would be suicidal. Therefore, unless he managed to arrange to be let off at one of our brief station stops without being noticed, which I think unlikely given the attention that would draw, he is still aboard, hidden somewhere, waiting for our arrival in London so he can slip away in the crowds." Watson stood, squaring his shoulders with the particular resolve of a man preparing for action. "Then we search, though I suspect you have some idea where we should look first." Holmes smiled, sharp and predatory. "The baggage car. It's the one place on a train where a man might hide for hours without being disturbed, where he could have arranged for food and water to be stored in advance, where he could wait out the journey in relative comfort. And more importantly, it's where someone with shipping connections would naturally think to conceal himself, among crates and trunks, in an environment he understands. He might be dangerous, Watson warned. A man who has gone to these lengths, who has planned this carefully, he won't give up easily. Which is why you'll be bringing your service revolver, I presume? Holmes said with the casual tone of someone discussing an umbrella. Watson nodded grimly. Old habits from Afghanistan. I rarely travel without it. Emily stood as well, smoothing her travelling suit with hands that had stopped trembling and now felt cold and steady as marble. I'm coming with you. This is my life he's destroying, my sanity he's trying to steal. I won't sit here passively while you search for him. Holmes looked as if he might object, then seemed to reconsider. Very well, but you stay behind Watson and me, and if there's violence, you take cover immediately. Agreed? Agreed. The train was pulling into the station now, hissing steam and grinding brakes, the whole enormous mechanism of iron and fire slowing with ponderous inevitability. Through the window, Emily could see the platform, could see people waiting to board. Ordinary people with ordinary concerns, none of them aware that on this particular train a small drama of betrayal and investigation was unfolding, that in the space of 12 hours a woman's life had been upended, and a man had tried to erase himself from existence. Holmes departed to send his telegrams, moving with that peculiar energy of his, all angles and intensity. Watson checked his revolver with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done so hundreds of times, then tucked it discreetly into his jacket pocket. Emily stood at the window, watching London approach, watching the city that had always represented civilization, and order and progress reveal itself to be just as capable of harbouring cruelty and deception as any wild place. The wheels began to turn again, carrying them forward toward whatever confrontation waited in the baggage car, toward whatever truth lay hidden among the trunks and crates. Emily touched the navy thread in her pocket, that small piece of evidence that had been the beginning of her certainty, her first proof that she was not mad. Soon, she thought, she would have all the proof she needed. Soon, Edward Ashworth would discover that erasing a woman's existence was considerably more difficult than he had imagined, particularly when that woman had Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson on her side. The train rolled on, indifferent to human schemes, carrying them all toward London and toward justice, toward the moment when the disappeared would reappear and the truth would emerge from its hiding place, blinking in the light, like something that had been buried too long in darkness. The train resumed its journey with a lurch and a sigh, as if the great machine itself were reluctant to carry its passengers toward whatever revelations awaited them in London. Holmes returned from sending his telegrams with the satisfied expression of a chess player who had just executed a particularly clever gambit, his lean face animated by that peculiar energy that seemed to sustain him better than food or rest. He settled back into the compartment just as the conductor passed in the corridor, calling out that they would arrive at Euston Station within the hour, a pronouncement that felt to Emily both impossibly distant and frighteningly imminent. "The telegrams are sent," Holmes announced, pulling out his pipe and beginning the ritual of filling it with tobacco, though he did not light it in deference to the confined space. Replies should reach us before we arrive, or shortly thereafter. In the meantime, I think it prudent to conduct our search of the baggage car. The timing is delicate. We want to locate Mr. Ashworth, if he is indeed there. But we do not want to confront him until we are closer to London, where police assistance will be more readily available. "You don't think we should simply expose him now?" Emily asked. "Bring the conductor, have him arrested?" Holmes shook his head, the gesture sharp and definitive. "On what charge? Being present on a train when some passengers claim he wasn't? We have threads and footprints, but nothing that conclusively proves a crime. What we need is to catch him in the act of his deception, to document his presence and his intention, to build a case that cannot be dismissed by a sympathetic magistrate or a clever barrister. The British legal system, Mrs. Ashworth, has an unfortunate tendency to believe respectable-seeming gentlemen over their supposedly hysterical wives." The bitterness in his tone suggested personal experience with such cases, and Emily felt a surge of gratitude for this strange, brilliant man who seemed to implicitly understand the particular vulnerabilities that the law created for women. Watson, too, nodded with grim recognition, and she wondered what cases they had encountered together, what injustices they had witnessed that had shaped their determination to see truth prevail over comfortable fictions. They made their way through the train with careful deliberation, moving from the first-class sleeping cars through the second-class carriages, less luxurious, but still respectable, filled with middle-class travellers and their modest luggage, and then through the third-class cars, where working people sat on hard benches, their possessions clutched close, their faces bearing that particular weariness of those who travelled not for pleasure, but for necessity. The contrast struck Emily forcefully. Here was England in miniature, all its rigid class divisions preserved even in motion, even in this marvel of modern transportation that theoretically made equals of all who rode it. The baggage car occupied the rear of the train, separated from the passenger carriages by a functional simplicity that matched its purpose. Unlike the polished mahogany and brass fittings of the first-class accommodations, here everything was raw wood and iron brackets, designed for utility rather than comfort. The door was locked, but Holmes produced a set of tools from his pocket with the casual efficiency of someone who had picked many locks in service of investigation, and within moments they were inside. The space was overwhelmed with its organized chaos, trunks stacked to the ceiling, hat boxes balanced precariously on leather cases, crates marked with shipping labels from Liverpool and Manchester and Birmingham, the whole accumulated luggage of a train full of travellers compressed into this utilitarian space. The air smelled of leather and dust and something else, tobacco smoke, recent and still lingering, suggesting someone had been here smoking within the last hour. Holmes held up his hand for silence, his head cocked like a hound, scenting prey. They stood motionless, hardly breathing, and in that stillness Emily heard it, a faint rustle, the subtle shift of fabric against wood, coming from behind a particularly large steamer trunk near the back of the car. Watson's hand moved to his pocket where the revolver rested, and Holmes began to pick his way through the luggage maze with the careful precision of someone navigating a minefield. "Mr. Ashworth," Holmes called out, his voice carrying clear authority across the cluttered space. "I know you're here. You might as well show yourself. We're not here to harm you, merely to have a conversation." Silence stretched taut as a violin string. Then, from behind the trunk, a figure emerged, slowly, carefully, with the wariness of a fox discovered in its den. Edward Ashworth looked much as Emily remembered from their years of marriage, tall, dark-haired, perhaps 30 years old, with the kind of unremarkable handsomeness that served professional men well, allowing them to blend into boardrooms and gentlemen's clubs without attracting undue attention. But his clothes were dishevelled now, his face stubbled with a day's growth of beard, and his eyes held something Emily had never seen there before. Desperation mixed with calculation, the look of a man who had gambled everything on a single scheme and could not afford to lose. "Emily," he said, and his voice carried genuine surprise. "I didn't expect. That is, you weren't supposed to—" He stopped, seeming to realize that any sentence he completed would be a confession. "I wasn't supposed to do what?" Emily asked, her voice steadier than she felt. "Wasn't supposed to wake before you'd finished erasing yourself from existence? Wasn't I supposed to question the convenient fiction that I'd travelled alone? Wasn't I supposed to find allies who believed me?" Edward's gaze shifted to Holmes and Watson, assessing them with the quick evaluation of someone accustomed to judging men's capabilities and threats. "Mr. Holmes, I presume. Your reputation precedes you. And, Dr. Watson, unless I miss my guess. This is unfortunate. I had hoped to conclude my business without involving anyone of your caliber." "Your business?" Holmes repeated, his tone carefully neutral. "You mean your plan to fake your disappearance, drive your wife to apparent madness, gain control of her assets, and flee the country before your insurance fraud came to light?" Edward flinched, as if struck. For a moment, Emily thought he might deny it all, might attempt to bluster or charm his way out of the corner he'd been backed into. But instead, something seemed to collapse in him. His shoulders sagged, his face crumpled, and he sank down onto a nearby trunk with the defeated posture of a man who has run out of options. "How did you—" He shook his head. "No, of course you know. You're Sherlock Holmes. You deduce things. That's what you do." He looked up at Emily, and in his eyes she saw something that might have been genuine. Regret, or might have been merely regret at being caught. "I'm sorry, Emily. Truly. You were never supposed to be hurt. This was supposed to be clean, quick, done, before you even knew what was happening." "Done?" Emily echoed, and felt rage rising in her throat like bile. "You were planning to have me institutionalized, Edward, to steal my father's money and leave me locked in some asylum, labelled as mad, stripped of all credibility and autonomy. And you call that not hurting me?" "Better than the alternative," Edward burst out, standing abruptly. "Better than what Hartley's creditors would do to both of us when they discovered what we'd done. Do you have any idea what kind of men we borrowed from, Emily? What kind of debts we incurred trying to cover the losses from the insurance scheme? They don't accept excuses or extensions. They don't care about your respectable family or your father's connections. They break fingers and burn houses and make people disappear permanently." Watson had moved closer, his hand visibly on his revolver now, but his expression showed something almost like sympathy. "Gambling debts," he said quietly. "You needed capital to keep the fraud going, to pay out claims while siphoning money into your own accounts. But you lost it gambling, trying to make back what you'd already stolen." Edward laughed bitterly. "Not gambling. Investing, we called it. Hartley had connections with men who promised extraordinary returns, opportunities that couldn't fail. Except They did fail, spectacularly, and suddenly we owed money to people who made conventional creditors look like philanthropists. Hartley, he stopped, swallowed hard. Hartley's dead. They found him floating in the Thames 3 weeks ago. The police called it suicide, but I know better. They sent me pieces of his watch as a warning. They told me I had until the end of the month to repay what we owed, or I'd join him. The baggage car seemed suddenly colder. Emily pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders, trying to process this new dimension of horror. So you planned to take my money and run, to start over somewhere they couldn't find you. America, Edward confirmed, his voice hollow. I have a passage booked on a steamer leaving Liverpool next week, under a different name. I have documents, letters of introduction, everything needed to establish a new identity. I planned to reach London, make certain arrangements with bankers who don't ask too many questions, transfer your funds into accessible accounts, and then disappear. By the time anyone realized what had happened, I'd be halfway across the Atlantic. And I would be locked away, labeled as delusional, Emily said. My testimony about the missing money was dismissed as more evidence of my madness. It's rather brilliant, in a monstrous sort of way. The telegram to my father, establishing that I was confused about having a husband. The drugged wine ensured I wouldn't wake when you staged your disappearance. The staff coached or bribed to deny having seen you. Even this, hiding in the baggage car, ready to slip off the train at London and vanish into the crowds. You've planned it meticulously. Edward met her gaze, and in his eyes Emily saw not the man she had married, but a stranger, someone capable of betrayals she had never imagined possible. I didn't want to hurt you, he repeated, as if saying it enough times might make it true. But I had no choice. It was your inheritance, or my life. What would you have had me do? Told me the truth. Emily's voice cracked with fury and grief intertwined. Come to me. Explain the situation. Let me help. My father has resources, connections. We could have negotiated with these creditors, paid off the debts, and faced the legal consequences together. Instead, you chose to destroy me to save yourself. Your father would have had me arrested, Edward said flatly. And once the fraud came to light, your family's reputation would have been tainted by association. I was trying to protect you from that scandal, to give you a clean break, a story of a husband who vanished, rather than one who was a criminal. Holmes, who had been watching this exchange with the intense focus of a scientist observing a particularly interesting specimen, finally spoke. How touching. Though I notice your protection involved theft, fraud, and gaslighting, which suggests your concern for Mrs. Ashworth's welfare was rather selective. Tell me, did you work alone in orchestrating this disappearance, or did you have confederates? Edward hesitated, clearly calculating what information might serve as bargaining chips. Porter Jenkins, he finally admitted. I paid him handsomely to ensure I was never recorded as boarding, to remove any trace of my presence from the sleeping car after Emily fell asleep, to coach the other staff in denying having seen me. He's worked the Liverpool-London route for years. He knows everyone, knows how to manipulate records, how to make things appear or disappear as needed. And the drugged wine? Watson asked. Who administered that? A waiter in the dining car also paid. I gave him a bottle of laudanum and told him to add it to Emily's wine during dinner service. She was supposed to sleep deeply until London, never knowing I'd been there at all. The telegram to her father was my insurance, establishing early that she was confused, setting the foundation for doubting her credibility. The casual way he described it, the methodical planning, the purchased cooperation, the calculated destruction of his wife's sanity and reputation, struck Emily with renewed force. This was not an act of desperate impulse, but of sustained, deliberate malice. He had lived with her for months while planning this, had shared meals and conversations, and a bed while secretly arranging her destruction. The betrayal felt almost too large to comprehend, too cruel to fit into the framework of a marriage she had thought, if not passionate, at least fundamentally decent. "Where were you planning to access Emily's funds?" Holmes asked. "Surely you couldn't simply withdraw large sums without attracting attention?" Edward reached into his jacket and pulled out several documents, letters, bank drafts, legal papers. "I had begun the process before we left London. Small transfers, authorized by letters with Emily's forged signature. Nothing large enough to trigger concern, but accumulating steadily over several weeks. By the time we reached Liverpool, I had already moved nearly half her inheritance into accounts I controlled. The rest would have followed within days of my disappearance, processed while she was deemed too unstable to contest the transactions." Holmes took the documents, examining them with swift efficiency. "Excellent. These will serve nicely as evidence of premeditation, along with the testimony of Porter Jenkins and the dining-car waiter, both of whom will speak freely once they understand their options are cooperation or prosecution as accessories. We should have quite a compelling case." "What happens now?" Edward asked, and for the first time his voice held something like genuine fear. "If I'm arrested for fraud, if I go to trial, those men, Hartley's creditors, they'll know where to find me. They'll reach me even in prison. I'm a dead man." "That," Holmes said coldly, "is a consequence of your choices. Though I suspect the police may be able to offer some protection in exchange for your testimony about these criminal financiers. Your knowledge of their operations could prove valuable to Scotland Yard's ongoing investigations into organised crime in London's docks." The train was slowing again. Not a station stop this time, but the gradual deceleration that meant they were approaching the outskirts of London proper, entering that vast sprawl of buildings and humanity that contained within it all of England's ambitions and all of England's sins, compressed into a space where wealth and poverty existed side by side, where fortunes were made and lost daily, where men disappeared and reappeared and sometimes disappeared forever. Emily looked at her husband, or rather at the man who'd been her husband, and was now something else entirely, a criminal and a coward revealed, and felt something settle in her chest, some final acceptance that the life she had thought she was living had been an illusion. The marriage was over, had been over probably long before this train journey, ended not by his disappearance, but by his willingness to contemplate her destruction. "I want an annulment," she said quietly. "I want every legal connection between us severed. I want my name restored, my inheritance protected, everything that binds me to you erased as thoroughly as you tried to erase yourself from this train." Edward nodded wearily. "You'll have it. I'll sign whatever documents are necessary. It's the least." He laughed without humour. "It's literally the least I can do, isn't it, given everything else?" Watson had produced a length of rope from somewhere. Emily didn't ask where, and was efficiently binding Edward's wrists, not cruelly, but with the firm competence of someone who had restrained prisoners before. "We'll keep you here until we reach Euston," he said. "Then we'll hand you over to the railway police, who will in turn deliver you to Scotland Yard. Mr. Holmes will provide them with a full accounting of your crimes, and Mrs. Ashworth will provide testimony that will, I suspect, be given considerably more weight now that your scheme has been exposed." The baggage car fell silent, except for the rhythmic sound of the wheels on rails, that eternal song of motion and destination. Emily stood among the trunks and cases, surrounded by the accumulated possessions of strangers travelling toward their own various fates, and felt oddly calm. The worst had happened. Her marriage had been revealed as a sham, her husband as a criminal, her judgment as fallible, and yet she had survived it. More than survived, she had insisted on her own truth against all dismissal, had found allies, had unravelled a conspiracy designed to make her appear mad. Holmes was studying her with that penetrating gaze of his, and when he spoke, his voice carried unexpected gentleness. "You did well, Mrs. Ashworth. Many women in your position would have accepted the narrative being constructed around them and would have doubted their own perceptions. Your refusal to be gaslit, to borrow a theatrical term, was what allowed us to uncover the truth." "I had help," Emily said. "Without you and Dr. Watson." "Without you," Holmes interrupted, "we would have had nothing to investigate. You provided the initial insistence that something was wrong. Never underestimate the importance of that. In a world that too often dismisses women's testimony, your refusal to be dismissed was the foundation of everything that followed." Through the windows, grimy with soot and travel, Emily could see London emerging from the morning haze. Church spires and factory chimneys, row houses and railway bridges, the whole vast organism of the city spreading in every direction, containing within it millions of lives and millions of stories, each one as complex and painful and occasionally redemptive as her own. Somewhere in that sprawl her father waited, unaware yet that his daughter's telegram had been a forgery, unaware that she had spent the night believing she was losing her mind, unaware that she was returning to him not as a married woman, but as something new, someone who had been tested and had not broken. The train rolled on toward Euston, toward arrival, toward the moment when Emily Ashworth would step back onto solid ground and begin the process of rebuilding a life from the wreckage of betrayal. Behind her, quite literally, was the man who had tried to erase her. Ahead lay possibility, frightening and uncertain, but hers to shape. She touched the navy thread in her pocket one last time, that small piece of evidence that had been the beginning of proof. Then she let it go, let it fall among the dust and shadows of the baggage car. No longer needed. She had been believed. She had been heard. She had been proven right. That, Emily thought as London grew larger in the windows, was enough to build on. Euston Station announced itself gradually, first as a thickening of buildings outside the windows, then as a slowing of the train's rhythm, and finally as that peculiar energy that all great railway terminals possessed, a sense of arrival and departure intermingled, of journeys ending and beginning in the same breath. The morning sun slanted through the station's great iron and glass roof, casting geometric shadows across the platforms below, transforming the ordinary business of travel into something almost cathedral-like in its play of light and architecture. Emily stood at the window of the baggage car, watching the platform slide into view, and felt her heartbeat quicken with something between anticipation and dread. Holmes had spent the final miles of the journey planning their approach with the methodical precision of a military strategist. Edward sat bound on a trunk nearby. His earlier defiance collapsed entirely into sullen resignation, occasionally shooting glances at Emily that she could not quite interpret. Regret, perhaps, or merely frustration at being caught. Watson checked his revolver once more, then positioned himself where he could watch both Edward and the baggage car door, ready for any attempt at escape or violence. "The railway police will be waiting on the platform," Holmes was saying, consulting his pocket watch. "I sent a telegram from our last stop requesting their presence. They know to look for us in the baggage car. However," he paused, his sharp eyes fixed on Edward with predatory intensity, "I suspect we may have additional interested parties awaiting our arrival. Mr. Ashworth's creditors, for instance. Men who have been watching for him, who may have contacts among the railway staff, alerting them to his presence." Edward's face went pale. "You don't understand what you're dealing with. These men, they have people everywhere. If they see me being taken into custody, they'll know I'm cooperating with the police. They'll—" He stopped, swallowing hard. "They'll go after Emily, after her father. Anyone connected to me becomes a target." "Which is precisely why," Holmes said, with the calm authority of someone who had faced dangerous men before and found them ultimately predictable. "We are not going to make your arrest obvious. We are going to create a diversion, draw attention away from you while we spirit you off to Scotland Yard through less public means. And in doing so, we may actually catch some of these creditors in the act of attempted intimidation, which will provide additional charges for the police to pursue." Emily moved away from the window, her mind working. "You want to use Edward as bait, set a trap for the men who have been threatening him." "Precisely, though not just Edward, you as well, Mrs. Ashworth. If I'm correct about their methods, they will have been monitoring you as well as your husband, knowing that you represent access to funds. When you disembark, appearing distressed and alone, they may make an approach, offer assistance, perhaps, or make veiled threats designed to pressure you into cooperation." "Absolutely not," Watson interjected, his voice firm. "We cannot put Mrs. Ashworth at risk. These are violent criminals, Holmes, men who have already killed once. Men who prefer intimidation to actual violence," Holmes countered, "because violence attracts police attention while fear operates in silence. They will not harm Mrs. Ashworth in a crowded railway station with dozens of witnesses. They will attempt to frighten her, to establish their presence, to let her know she is being watched, and when they do, we will have them." Emily considered this, weighing her fear against her desire to see justice done, not just for Edward's crimes against her, but for the larger web of corruption and violence that had driven those crimes. "What would you need me to do?" "Emily, no," Edward started, then stopped at the look she gave him, a look that contained all the fury and betrayal of the past 12 hours compressed into a single glance. "You lost the right to protect me," she said coldly, "when you decided to destroy me instead. Don't insult me by pretending to be concerned now." She turned back to Holmes. "What's your plan?" Holmes outlined it with swift efficiency. Emily would disembark normally, appearing shaken and confused, not difficult given her actual state, and make her way toward the station exit, as if planning to find a cab. Watson would follow at a distance, close enough to intervene if needed, but far enough not to be obviously connected to her. Holmes would remain with Edward in the baggage car until the police arrived, then supervise his removal through a service entrance. Meanwhile, plainclothes detectives from Scotland Yard, already positioned in the station, alerted by Holmes's telegrams, would watch for anyone taking unusual interest in Emily's movements. "And if these men do approach me?" Emily asked. "What should I say?" "Nothing," Holmes instructed. "Look frightened, which again should not be difficult. Back away. Make it clear through your body language that you want nothing to do with them. The goal is not to engage, but to make them reveal themselves through their insistence. Innocent men respect a woman's desire to be left alone. Predators do not." The train had fully stopped now, the great machine settling with a final hiss of steam and creak of metal. Through the baggage car's high windows, Emily could see the platform filling with people. Passengers gathering their belongings, porters rushing forward with trolleys, relatives, greeting arrivals with hugs and exclamations. Somewhere in that crowd, she knew, were the men who had killed Oliver Hartley, who had threatened her husband, who represented the dangerous underbelly of London's financial world that operated just beneath the surface of respectability. Watson helped her down from the baggage car via a side door that opened onto a less crowded section of the platform. The morning air hit her face, cool and carrying the complex smell of the city, coal smoke and horse manure and Thames mud and something else, something indefinably urban that spoke of thousands of humans compressed into too little space, all of them breathing and working and scheming and surviving together. The noise was overwhelming after the relative quiet of the train. Vendors shouting, engines hissing, people calling to each other, the whole symphony of London at its most chaotically alive. "Remember," Watson murmured as he straightened her shawl with the fussy care of a concerned relative. "I'm right behind you. If anything goes wrong, if you feel genuinely threatened, just turn around. I'll be there." Emily nodded, not trusting her voice, and began walking toward the main station concourse. Her legs felt unsteady, whether from the hours on the train or from fear, she couldn't say, and she had to concentrate on putting one foot in front of the other with some semblance of normalcy. Around her, Euston Station revealed itself in all its Victorian grandeur. The great Doric arch at the entrance, the high ceilings designed to accommodate steam and ambition in equal measure, the constant flow of humanity that made London's railway terminals feel less like buildings and more like rivers, channels through which the nation's lifeblood flowed. She was perhaps halfway across the concourse when she felt it, that particular prickling awareness of being watched. Not the casual glances of fellow travellers, but something more focused, more intent. Emily fought the urge to look around, kept her eyes forward, continued her slightly unsteady progress toward the street exit. Behind her, she knew Watson followed, his hand doubtless on his revolver, his surgeon's eyes assessing threats with the same precision he had once assessed battlefield casualties. "Mrs. Ashworth." The voice came from her left, male and cultivated, with a kind of accent that suggested education and respectability, which made it all the more chilling given the context. Emily stopped, turned slowly, and found herself facing two men in dark suits. One was perhaps 50, with grey hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from expensive marble, all sharp angles and aristocratic hauteur. The other was younger, broader, with the build of someone who had done physical labour before moving into whatever work he currently performed. Both wore expressions of studied concern that didn't quite reach their eyes. "Forgive the intrusion," the older man continued, removing his hat with practiced courtesy. "But I couldn't help noticing you seem distressed. We are associates of your husband, and we were hoping to have a word with both of you. Is Mr. Ashworth nearby?" Emily took a step back, letting her expression show the fear she genuinely felt. I don't know where my husband is. I've lost him. That is, I can't find—" She let her voice trail off into convincing confusion. The two men exchanged a glance, some silent communication passing between them. The younger one moved slightly to Emily's right, not overtly threatening, but positioning himself to cut off that avenue of retreat. The older man's smile grew more fixed, less pretend concerned, and more coldly purposeful. "How unfortunate," he said, and his voice had lost its veneer of sympathy. "You see, Mr. Ashworth owes us a rather substantial sum of money that he had until the end of this month to repay. We had hoped to discuss the matter with him directly, but in his absence, perhaps you might be willing to assist us in locating him, or, failing that, to discuss alternative arrangements for settling his debts." I don't understand," Emily stammered, though she understood perfectly. "What debts? I don't know anything about debts." "Your husband," the younger man said, his voice rougher than his companion's, less refined, "borrowed from our employer. Used the money unwisely, as it turns out. Now payment is due, and we always collect what's owed. Always. Whether from Mr. Ashworth directly or from those connected to him." It was a threat, barely veiled, and Emily felt genuine fear spike through her carefully maintained performance. These were the men who had killed Hartley, who had sent pieces of his watch to Edward as a warning. They were criminals operating in broad daylight, confident that respectability and intimidation would keep them safe from consequence. "I have no money," Emily said, her voice shaking. "Not entirely an act. My husband controls everything. I don't have access to—" "You have a father," the older man interrupted smoothly, "who is quite wealthy. Edmund Pemberton, respectable banker, pillar of the community. I'm sure he would be devastated to learn his daughter was connected to such unpleasant business, perhaps mortified enough to settle the matter quietly to avoid scandal." Emily's mind raced. They were trying to pressure her into becoming their leverage against her father, to use family loyalty and fear of scandal to extract payment. It was calculated, professional, and utterly ruthless. The kind of scheme that probably worked more often than not, that relied on victims being too frightened or too ashamed to seek help. "Leave the lady alone." Watson's voice cut through the tension like a blade, calm and authoritative, and backed by the solid presence of a man who had faced death on battlefields and was not impressed by railway station thugs. He moved to Emily's side, his hand visibly resting on his jacket pocket, where the revolver sat, his military bearing evident in every line of his posture. The two men reassessed quickly, their expressions shifting from predatory confidence to wary calculation. The older one's hand moved toward his own coat, then stopped as Watson's fingers tightened meaningfully on his pocket. "I wouldn't," Watson said conversationally. "I'm a doctor, which means I know exactly where to shoot, to incapacitate without killing. Though I'm also a veteran of the Second Afghan War, which means I'm not particularly squeamish about killing if the situation demands it. The choice is yours." For a moment, the tableau held. 4 people frozen in the middle of a crowded railway station, violence hanging in the air like held breath. Then, from different directions, 3 men in plain clothes converged on their position with the purposeful stride of law enforcement. Scotland Yard detectives, Emily realized, the trap springing exactly as Holmes had predicted. "Gentlemen," one of the detectives said, producing a badge, "I'm Inspector Gregson of Scotland Yard. I'd like you to accompany me to answer some questions about threats made against Mrs. Ashworth just now. There are at least 15 witnesses who heard your conversation, so I'd suggest you come quietly." The older criminal's face went through a fascinating series of expressions: surprise, calculation, and finally resignation. He was intelligent enough to know when a situation had turned irreversibly against him. The younger one looked like he might try something foolish, his muscles tensing, but his companion laid a restraining hand on his arm. "A misunderstanding, Inspector," the older man said smoothly. "We were merely trying to locate an old friend. If our approach was too forward, we apologize to Mrs. Ashworth." "You can explain your approach at Scotland Yard," Gregson said flatly, "along with your connection to the late Oliver Hartley, whose death we've been investigating. Turns out witnesses at the docks saw 2 men matching your descriptions, having an altercation with Mr. Hartley the day before his body was found in the Thames. Funny how these things come back around, isn't it?" As the detectives took the 2 men into custody, the younger one now looking genuinely frightened, the older one maintaining his composure, but with a tightness around his eyes that suggested he understood the gravity of his situation. Emily felt Watson's steadying hand on her elbow. "Well done," he murmured. "That took considerable courage." "It took Holmes's planning and your protection," Emily corrected, though she felt a small flame of pride at having played her part successfully. "But yes, I'm glad it's over." Holmes appeared from the direction of the baggage platform, having successfully transferred Edward into police custody through less public means. He surveyed the scene with evident satisfaction, his sharp eyes taking in the arrested criminals, the watching detectives, the crowd of curious onlookers that had gathered at a respectful distance. "A successful conclusion to the public portion of our case," he announced. "Mr. Ashworth is currently in a secure room at Scotland Yard, singing like a canary about his fraud schemes and the criminal network that financed them. These two," he nodded toward the men being led away, "are part of that network, and their capture will give the Yard considerable leverage in dismantling the larger organization. Financial crimes mixed with violent enforcement are Scotland Yard's particular obsession at the moment." Emily watched the criminals disappear into the station's administrative areas, escorted by detectives who looked grimly pleased with their morning's work. Around them, the normal business of the railway station resumed. Travellers rushing for trains, porters wheeling luggage, the eternal rhythm of arrival and departure continuing regardless of the small drama that had just played out on its stage. "What happens now?" Emily asked. "To Edward, I mean. And to me." Holmes's expression softened slightly. "Edward will stand trial for fraud, forgery, and conspiracy. He may negotiate some leniency in exchange for his testimony against the criminal financiers, but he will certainly face prison time. As for you, Mrs. Ashworth, you face the considerably more pleasant task of reclaiming your life. Your father is waiting in the station master's office. Inspector Gregson sent word to him of your safe arrival. Your assets will be frozen pending legal resolution. But given the documented evidence of Edward's forgery and fraud, you should recover everything he attempted to steal. The annulment you requested will be straightforward given the circumstances." "So I'm free," Emily said slowly, testing the word. my reputation intact, my sanity unquestioned, my inheritance protected. More than that, Watson added gently, you've proven that a woman's testimony, when she refuses to allow it to be dismissed, can unravel even carefully constructed conspiracies. That's no small victory in a world that too often assumes female confusion. They began walking toward the station master's office, Holmes and Watson flanking Emily like honor guards, their presence providing both protection and validation. Through the station's great windows, Emily could see London spreading in all directions, vast, complicated, dangerous, and full of possibility. Somewhere in that sprawl was her father's house, her old rooms, the life she had left when she married Edward. But she would not be returning to that life, she realized. She would be building something new, shaped by the knowledge that she was capable of trusting her own perceptions, of insisting on truth even when the world conspired to deny it. Mr. Holmes, she said as they walked, Dr. Watson, I don't know how to thank you properly. You believed me when no one else would. You gave me back my certainty, my sanity, my future. Holmes waved this away with characteristic dismissal of sentiment. You gave yourself those things, Mrs. Ashworth. We merely provided technical support. Though, if you wish to thank us, perhaps you might write an account of your experience. Watson here is always looking for material for his chronicles, and I suspect The Adventure of the Vanishing Husband would make quite a compelling narrative. Watson laughed. Holmes is right that you should document this, though I'd suggest a title that emphasizes your role rather than Edward's disappearance. The Case of the Gaslit Wife, perhaps, or The Woman Who Refused to be Erased. Something that captures the real story. Not a man vanishing, but a woman insisting on her own reality against all opposition. They reached the station master's office, and through the glass Emily could see her father pacing anxiously, his face drawn with worry. When he looked up and saw her, his expression transformed into such relief and joy that Emily felt tears prick her eyes for the first time that morning. She had been strong through everything. The confusion, the fear, the confrontation, the trap. But the sight of her father's unconditional belief in her, his solid presence, representing safety and home, threatened to break through her carefully maintained composure. Go on, Holmes said quietly. We'll handle the remaining formalities with Scotland Yard. You've done enough detecting for one day. Emily nodded, unable to speak, around the tightness in her throat, and moved toward the door. Behind her, she heard Watson say something to Holmes about the importance of allowing emotional reunions without scientific observation, and Holmes's dry response about emotions being data like any other. And despite everything, the betrayal, the fear, the bizarre horror of the past 12 hours, Emily felt herself smile. She had boarded a train as a married woman, certain of her life's trajectory. She was disembarking as something else, someone who had been tested and had not broken, who had faced gaslighting and conspiracy and had emerged with her sanity and her certainty intact. The journey from Liverpool to London had been more than miles travelled. It had been a transformation, a shedding of illusions, a hard-won understanding that truth was worth fighting for even when, especially when, the world insisted you were wrong. Emily pushed open the door to the station master's office, and her father turned toward her, and she walked into his embrace, and finally allowed herself to feel safe. Outside, London roared on, indifferent to small personal victories already moving toward whatever dramas would unfold next in its endless theatre of ambition and betrayal and occasional justice. But inside that small office, for that moment, Emily Ashworth knew exactly who she was, and exactly what she had survived. It was, she thought, enough to build a life on. The offices of Scotland Yard occupied a portion of Whitehall that seemed designed to intimidate through its bureaucratic solidity. All grey stone and narrow windows, as if the building itself embodied the stern authority of British justice. Emily sat in Inspector Gregson's office 3 days after her arrival in London, providing her formal statement for what felt like the 100th time, though in truth it was only the 3rd. The repetition was necessary. Gregson had explained with the weary patience of a man who had dealt with many complicated cases, to ensure that every detail was documented, every thread of the conspiracy properly traced and recorded for the inevitable trial. Through the window behind Gregson's desk, Emily could see the Thames moving sluggishly past, its brown water carrying the accumulated refuse and commerce of the city toward the sea. Somewhere in that water, Oliver Hartley's body had floated before being discovered by a night watchman, setting in motion the chain of fear that had driven Edward to his desperate scheme. The river, Emily reflected, was rather like London itself, endlessly flowing, absorbing everything thrown into it, indifferent to the human dramas played out along its banks. "And you're certain," Gregson was saying, his pen scratching across official paper, "that your husband explicitly mentioned the date by which he needed to repay his debts? At the end of the month, you said?" "Yes," Emily confirmed, her voice steady with the practice of repetition. "He said they had given him until the end of the month. That was why the timing of our journey was so specific. He needed to execute his plan, access my funds, and flee before that deadline arrived." Gregson nodded, adding this to his notes. He was a solid, practical man in his 40s, with the kind of face that suggested he had seen too much of humanity's worst impulses to be surprised by anything, yet retained enough fundamental decency to still be disappointed. Emily had liked him immediately, appreciating his straightforward manner and his complete absence of skepticism about her story. Holmes's involvement had helped with that, she suspected. Gregson clearly respected the detective's judgment, even if their relationship seemed marked by a certain professional rivalry. The two men arrested at Euston Station, Carver and Drummond, have been positively identified by witnesses as having threatened Hartley in the days before his death, Gregson continued. They're attempting to negotiate immunity in exchange for information about their employer, a financier named Mortimer Blake, who operates several legitimate businesses as fronts for usurious lending and insurance fraud. Your husband's testimony, combined with theirs, should be sufficient to bring Blake before a judge, though men like him typically have excellent lawyers and political connections that complicate prosecution. "But will he be prosecuted?" Emily asked. "Even with connections and lawyers?" "Oh yes. The evidence is too substantial, the crimes too flagrant. Blake became arrogant, allowing his operations to become too visible. That's always their mistake. They build these criminal enterprises with such care, then cannot resist expanding until they attract official attention." Gregson set down his pen and looked at her directly. "I want you to know, Mrs. Ashworth, that your refusal to accept the narrative being constructed around you was crucial to unraveling this entire network. Had you simply accepted that you were confused, that your husband didn't exist, Carver and Drummond would have continued threatening people, Blake would have continued his schemes, and your husband would be halfway to America with your inheritance. Emily absorbed this, feeling that small flame of pride again. Not pride in having been victimized, but pride in having refused to be gaslit, in having trusted her own perceptions against considerable pressure. "What will happen to Edward?" she asked, though she wasn't entirely certain why she cared about the answer. "He'll stand trial for fraud, forgery, and conspiracy. Given his cooperation and the mitigating factor of the death threats he received, I'd estimate he'll receive perhaps 5 to 7 years. Less with good behavior. Not inconsiderable, but not the full weight of the law either." Gregson's expression softened slightly. "For what it's worth, Mrs. Ashworth, I believe he did care for you in his fashion. His letters, the ones we found in his baggage, suggested genuine anguish about what he was planning. Not enough anguish to stop him, of course, but enough to suggest he wasn't entirely the villain he appeared." Emily considered this. Did it matter if Edward had felt guilty while planning her destruction? Did his anguish somehow mitigate the calculated cruelty of his actions? She thought not. Guilt without change was merely self-pity, and she had no interest in absolving him of responsibility simply because he had felt badly about his choices. "I'd like to see him," she said suddenly, surprising herself. "Before the trial, just once, to say goodbye properly, to close that chapter." Gregson studied her for a moment, then nodded. "I can arrange that. He's being held in Newgate until trial. I'll send word that you wish to visit. Are you certain, though? It's not required, and I imagine it would be emotionally difficult." "I'm certain," Emily said, and found that she was. There were things she needed to say to Edward, not for his benefit, but for her own. A final accounting, a severing of the ties that had bound them together for 3 years, a reclamation of the narrative of their marriage from his betrayal to her survival. They concluded the interview shortly thereafter, and Emily found Holmes and Watson waiting for her in the corridor outside, both looking somewhat out of place among the police officials and criminal barristers who populated Scotland Yard's halls. Holmes had been consulting on another case, something involving stolen jewels and a discrepancy in railway timetables, but had made himself available to Emily throughout the past 3 days, answering her questions about the legal process and occasionally translating the more arcane aspects of Victorian jurisprudence into comprehensible English. "All finished?" Watson asked, offering her his arm with the courtly manners that seemed to come naturally to him. "Gregson is thorough. I'll grant him that, even if his methods lack imagination." "Thorough is good," Emily said. "Imagination has been somewhat overrepresented in my life lately. I'm quite content with straightforward reality for a while." They emerged from Scotland Yard into a London afternoon that had decided to be genuinely pleasant. Rare enough in November that people seemed mildly suspicious of it, as if the sun might be playing some elaborate trick. The streets thronged with the usual chaos of the capital: hansoms and omnibuses, street vendors and crossing sweepers, gentlemen in top hats and flower girls in ragged shawls, the whole magnificent, filthy, vital press of humanity that made London simultaneously exhausting and exhilarating. Emily's father had offered his house for her to stay in while the legal matters were resolved, but she had instead taken rooms in a respectable boarding house in Bloomsbury, a declaration of independence that had worried him, but which he had ultimately supported. The rooms were modest, but pleasant, with a window overlooking a square where children played and nurses gossiped on benches, and Emily had discovered a certain satisfaction in having space that was entirely her own, beholden to no husband's preferences or assumptions. "Walk with me?" Holmes asked, and though it was phrased as a question, he was already moving toward the river, his long legs covering ground with that restless energy that seemed to define him. Watson rolled his eyes but followed, and Emily found herself sandwiched between them, this odd pair who had become unlikely allies in her reclamation of selfhood. They walked along the Victoria Embankment, where the Thames stretched grey and purposeful beside them. The new embankment was itself a marvel of Victorian engineering. Massive granite walls containing the river, creating land where once there had been only mudflats and sewage, transforming London's messy reality into something ordered and controlled. Rather like what the law was attempting to do with the messy reality of her case, Emily thought. Contain it, wall it in, transform chaos into procedure. "I've been thinking," Holmes said abruptly, "about gaslighting. The term comes from the theatre, from a play called Gaslight, about a husband who manipulates his wife into believing she's going insane by dimming the gaslights and insisting she's imagining the change. Your husband attempted something similar, manipulating reality itself to make you doubt your own perceptions. It's a particularly insidious form of cruelty because it attacks not just your circumstances, but your very sense of self." Emily nodded slowly. It worked, to a degree. "I did begin to doubt myself, to wonder if I was losing my mind. If you hadn't believed me, if you hadn't found evidence, I don't know what would have happened. How long I could have maintained my certainty against everyone else's denial." "That's the horror of it," Watson said quietly. "Society already questions women's testimony so readily, assumes female hysteria or confusion so easily, that gaslighting finds fertile ground. How many women, I wonder, have been dismissed as mad or neurotic when they were actually perceiving reality correctly and being deliberately manipulated?" "More than we know," Holmes said grimly. "The law gives husbands considerable power over wives, power over property, over person, over reputation. A man can have his wife committed to an asylum on his word alone, with minimal oversight. Your case, Mrs. Ashworth, might have ended very differently if your father hadn't had the resources and connections to involve me, if Porter Jenkins had been more competent in removing all evidence, if you hadn't had the particular strength of character to insist on your own truth." They had reached Westminster Bridge, and by unspoken agreement stopped there, leaning against the stone balustrade to watch the river traffic. Barges and steamers, rowing boats and pleasure craft, all of them navigating the Thames's murky waters toward various destinations. Across the river, the Houses of Parliament rose in Gothic splendour, their spires and towers designed to evoke medieval certainties in an age that was rapidly abandoning those certainties for something newer and more uncertain. "I want to do something," Emily said suddenly. "With my experience, I mean. It can't just be a private trauma, a personal survival story. There must be other women in similar situations, women being gaslit by husbands or fathers or brothers, women whose testimony is being systematically undermined, whose sanity is being questioned when they're actually perceiving abuse or manipulation correctly." Holmes turned to look at her, his sharp eyes assessing. "What did you have in mind?" "I don't know exactly. Perhaps writing about it, as Dr. Watson suggested. Perhaps offering assistance to women in similar circumstances, using my father's connections and resources to provide legal support or investigation services, perhaps lobbying for changes to the laws that make women so vulnerable to this kind of manipulation in the first place. She paused, organizing her thoughts. I was fortunate. I had money, family connections, and ultimately you and Dr. Watson on my side. Most women don't have those advantages. Most women would have been institutionalized or browbeaten into accepting the false reality being constructed around them. Watson was nodding with evident approval. There are reformers working on these issues. Women's rights advocates, legal reform societies. Your testimony, your documented case, could be powerful evidence for the need for change. The fact that it took Sherlock Holmes to prove your sanity rather than your husband's word being sufficient to deny it. That's a rather damning indictment of current law. I could introduce you to some people, Holmes offered. I occasionally consult for various reform organizations when their work intersects with criminal investigation. There's a women's legal defense society that might be particularly interested in your case and your willingness to speak publicly about these issues. Emily felt something settle in her chest, some sense of purpose crystallizing out of trauma. Edward had tried to erase her, to make her invisible, to reduce her to a convenient fiction that served his needs. But she had refused erasure, had insisted on her visibility, and now she could use that insistence to help other women do the same. It felt right, felt like transforming victimhood into agency, private pain into public advocacy. Yes, she said firmly, introduce me. I want to do this work. They continued walking, crossing the bridge toward the south bank, where the noise and chaos of London felt somehow more honest, less constrained by the rigid propriety of the West End. Street musicians played for coins, children played games involving considerable shouting, vendors hawked everything from hot pies to dubious patent medicines. This was the London that sustained the London of Parliament and palaces, the working city beneath the ceremonial city, and Emily felt oddly at home in it, as if her experience had stripped away some layer of genteel pretense and allowed her to see the world more clearly. They stopped at a tea shop near Waterloo Station, one of those establishments that catered to working people, rather than the fashionable classes, where the tea was strong and cheap and the conversation frank. Holmes ordered for all of them with the casual authority of someone comfortable in any social setting, and they settled at a table near the window where they could watch the street theatre unfold. There's one thing I still don't understand, Emily said, wrapping her hands around her teacup for warmth. Porter Jenkins. Why did he agree to help Edward? The risk seems considerable for whatever money he was paid. Holmes stirred sugar into his tea with precise movements. I spoke with Jenkins yesterday. He initially resisted questioning, but ultimately revealed that Edward had leveraged both bribery and blackmail. Jenkins had been skimming small amounts from passenger luggage for years, a minor ongoing theft that Edward had discovered and documented. Jenkins's choice was cooperation or exposure and prosecution. He chose cooperation, though I suspect he's now regretting that choice, given that he's been charged as an accessory to fraud. Everyone compromised, Watson observed. Edward was compromised by the debts and threats. Jenkins was compromised by his own prior crimes. The waiters in the dining car were compromised by need for money. It's a pyramid of small moral failures that enabled one large cruelty. And yet, Emily said slowly, I don't feel particularly vindictive toward any of them except Edward. Jenkins, the waiters, They were caught in circumstances and made poor choices, but they weren't trying to destroy me specifically. Edward was. He looked at me, his wife, someone he'd shared 3 years of life with, and decided my destruction was acceptable collateral damage for his escape. That's different from desperate people making desperate choices. Holmes nodded approvingly. Precisely. The ability to distinguish between systemic failures and individual malice is crucial for understanding crime. Most criminals are not monsters. They're ordinary people who make progressively worse decisions until they find themselves unable to see alternatives. Edward is unusual in that he planned methodically to harm someone he claimed to love, which suggests either profound selfishness or profound desperation that overwhelmed all other considerations. Both, I think, Emily said. He was selfish enough to consider my destruction acceptable, and desperate enough to execute that plan despite whatever conscience might have protested. She sipped her tea, finding comfort in its warmth and bitterness. I'm going to see him tomorrow, at Newgate. I need to have a final conversation to understand if there's any genuine remorse, or if it's all just self-pity at being caught. Be careful, Watson cautioned. Men like Edward can be quite skilled at performing repentance when it serves their interests. Don't let him manipulate you into feeling sympathy that would compromise your legal position or your emotional recovery. I won't, Emily promised. I'm not the woman I was 3 days ago. I've been tested in rather spectacular fashion, and I've learned that my judgment, my perception of reality, is sound. Edward can't gaslight me anymore, can't make me doubt what I know to be true. That power is broken. They finished their tea and parted ways as the afternoon deepened toward evening. Holmes heading to his Baker Street rooms to work on his jewel theft case. Watson to visit a former army colleague who was convalescing from illness. Emily to her Bloomsbury boarding house, where she had promised to have dinner with her father and discuss the financial arrangements for recovering her assets from Edward's fraudulent transfers. As she walked through the lamplit streets, watching the gaslights flicker to life one by one as evening claimed the city, Emily thought about transformation. London itself was transforming, she knew. The gaslights that now illuminated the streets would soon be replaced by electric lights, brighter and cleaner and more modern. The railways that had made her ordeal possible were transforming how people moved through space and time, collapsing distances that had once taken days into mere hours. The laws that had made her vulnerable were slowly, grudgingly transforming through the work of reformers and advocates who insisted that women deserved more legal protection and autonomy, and she was transforming too. Emily Ashworth née Pemberton was becoming someone new, not a wife, not a victim, but a woman who had been tested and had survived, who had refused to let anyone else define her reality, who would use her experience to help others refuse the same. The journey from Liverpool to London had taken 12 hours by train, but the real journey, from conventional married woman to independent advocate, was just beginning, and she had no idea where it might ultimately carry her. But that uncertainty felt less frightening now than exhilarating. She had been erased and had refused erasure. She had been gaslit and had insisted on light. She had been told she was mad and had proven her sanity beyond doubt. Everything else, Emily thought as she climbed the steps to her boarding house, was just details to be worked out. One day at a time, one decision at a time, one small insistence on truth at a time. The sleeping car that had nearly been her undoing had instead become the site of her transformation. The train that carried secrets had also carried her toward justice. The journey that should have ended in her institutionalization had instead ended in her liberation. And tomorrow she would visit Edward in Newgate, and she would say goodbye to her marriage and to the woman she had been, and she would walk out of that prison into whatever future she chose to build, free of gaslighting, free of doubt, free to be precisely who she knew herself to be. The lights burned steady in the windows around her, and Emily smiled and went inside to whatever came next, carrying with her the hard-won knowledge that she could trust herself, that her perceptions were valid, that no one, no husband, no society, no conspiracy of denial, could make her invisible unless she allowed it, and she would never allow it again. The sleeping car widow had woken up, had seen clearly, and would never go back to sleep. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're drifting beneath the moonlit calm of Cairo, the gentle sea breeze of Santorini, the warm evening glow of Buenos Aires, or the quiet, starlit rooftops of Seoul. If this moment brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in peaceful wonder. Let your thoughts settle like slow falling snow. Let your breath grow soft. Let your dreams wander wherever the night feels kind. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this vast and wondrous world.